Well, here we are. Back at it again. And yet again, we will delve into the world of Ace Attorney. It's a shame I don't have the recordings of the old playthrough of the first trilogy, but when I think of streaming and the great fun I've had, it's one of the biggest ones. Especially you could see clips playing with the stream starting soon and all that. It's one of the biggest ones that has also left an impact on me and been so much fun on stream. They're better for it because I can do all the voices in that too. So we're going to do the Apollo Justice trilogy. I was tossing up between Great Ace Attorney Chronicles and Apollo Justice, which is the two I've got. But I decided on Apollo Justice because it is a direct sequel to the first trilogy that I've already played. And hopefully should be accessible for people watching through. They're supposed to be standalone games as well. But yeah. This should be good. And there's also Ace Attorney Investigations, which is announced to be released. Yeah, Investigations Collection. Is it released now? It is released now. Which has a demo. But I'm waiting for it to go on sale before I buy it or anything. Or I wonder if I should get it on a different platform, but probably not. PC seems to be just the best way to play all these things. So yeah, that'll be neat. So we're going to jump in, have a great time. I'll wait for it to launch. Okay, so launch Windows, Alt Tab immediately, except for it. Didn't. Some of the contents of this game in this collection are preserved for the initial thing. Okay, cool. Autosave, of course, we want English. I'm just gonna click next. I'm gonna play the game anyway. What are you gonna do? Subtitles on, text skip. No, okay, what have we got? Medium, high, the transparency. Let's have it on the default low, that should be fine. There's not any graphics options, there usually is. I see this music's going, I can gauge that for a little bit of what level the audio should be at. So, here we go. Game selection and music. So we've got Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. This is a bit different to the other trilogy. There's Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. Spirit of Justice. The museum section contains spoilers. Well, I'm not going to look at that yet then. So, hang on. This is very much, I think so. Ace Attorney, what? I assume these are in order, but I'm gonna double check. Main series, we have Apollo Justice came out, then Investigations, then Dual Destinies, and then Spirit of Justice. Okay. And then the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles came out a bit later. But the Great Ace Attorney games came out around Spirit of Justice. Release date was. So the main ones, we played Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. And we played Justice for All and Trials and Tribulations. Those were the ones in the first trilogy. And then this is Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. This is the main series games. So that's what I'm going to play, and then the spin-offs more. As they've been put on Steam anyway. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles contains both games from the Great Ace Attorney series, Adventures and 2 Resolve, yep. Okay. Now these are redone for the platform, but let's jump in to a new game. So as far as I know, Apollo should be the one I have my normal voice for. Episode 1, Turnabout Trump. Okay. I haven't had any of this spoiled for me, by the way. Showdown time. You lose. Ah! Eek! That's interesting to do it in a more stylized way. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. I don't know what sort of voice I should be putting to that, but anyway. Ah, classic. Look at the painting! It's the judge! I feel like that wasn't there before. April 20th, 9:37 AM, District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. So, ease the court record. How long did I yearn for one of these? Just putting it on makes me feel ready. And I can examine it. No clues here. Okay, but there has to be. There has to be! What is this? There's a number inscribed on the back of the badge. There are many numbers like it, but this one is mine. Proof that I'm an attorney. To tell the truth, I get a happy feeling inside just looking at it. Nice. G options. Oh, that just goes to that options. Right. Okay. Smith's autopsy report. So yeah, immediately just start briefing myself before the dialogue even does it. The time of death was around 2 AM, April 17th. Death caused by single blow to forehead. Victim's name, Shady Smith. Shady. Or Shady. Age, question mark, male. Estimated time of death, 17th of April, between quarter to 2 in the morning and 2:15. So within half an hour. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from blunt trauma to the forehead. And then, crime photo 1. A sub-basement at the Borscht Bowl Club. So that's him. Yeah, there's some lamb chops in here. I'm gonna look at that. No, what am I doing? And so, yeah, like it showed, That seems like it's empty, the bottle, otherwise there would be spill from liquid coming out of it, or it's very little liquid left in it. Okay. Oh yeah, court record. Ah yes, so later Ace Attorney Games presented the profiles. Christoph Gavin, boss at Gavin Law Officers, a first-rate defense attorney and my trusted mentor. Question mark. My first client, just standing in front of this guy makes me nervous. Okay. Shady Smith. The victim in this case, a traveller only recently back in country. Yeah, you can see the lamb chops a lot there. Okay. Panicked. Palms sweaty. Knees weak. Mum spaghetti. Panicked. Palms sweaty. I can admit it. I'm nervous. Ah, good morning. That is not the voice I would have for him. Ah, good morning. Yeah, good morning, sir. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tired. Wound up, sir? No, I'm loose. I'm fine. That screeching noise, is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial, and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? I'm fine. I got up at 5 AM to do my Chords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. Oh, baby, I wonder what that actually is. Ah, that explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. I overdid it again. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir? I'm all over that drift. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder, so he can be a witness. We can't let this case fall through. Yes, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. Alrighty-roo. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything, Barker, I'm not worried. The defendant has been accused of murder. I'm gonna get my drink here. Gotta loosen up the vocal cords with a good old drink because that makes it even more fun when I do the voices. My boss wants to help him out, of course, and so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. Pa. I mean, I'm pretty sure he looks a lot like Phoenix. He's just got covering his hair up, right? Whoa! Good morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial, nervous. Meeting him, cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help? So you're... Fine! I'm fine! Mr. Fine, is it? I didn't remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney, and he's your friend, so why? And he's your friend, so why? You'll see. Oh, that was Apollo both times. You'll see. It's because Gavin's a witness. he wouldn't be able to take the stand if he's got the personal vested interest as well, because he could be claimed as biased. But also, it's probably this coming of age thing for Apollo, right? You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. It's time. Shall we? Yes, sir. Okay, I need to focus. First trial, here comes justice! April 20th at 10 AM. District Court, courtroom number 2. Oh, we get this dude again. And that's the same old judge. Ooh, new music. The court now in session. It is! It's Payne! His hair's longer now. I forget what voice I had for him before. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is fine. I mean, ready, Your Honor. Okay, there's our first look at Apollo properly in the game. Yeah, do like that spiky hairdo. I'm going blank, don't panic, act too late. Man, it hasn't even started. Your name was Mr. Justice, and this is your first trial? Hey, yes, Your Honor. But I'm fine, really. Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Mr. Gavin. Yes, Your Honor. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. Well, that was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always cede to his client's wishes. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. Well, of course it wants justice! But to entrust this case to this greenhorn? Why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. So, I know Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations, I think it was the third game now, I'm having a double check. But it ended with Phoenix sort of separating from Maya. Yeah, Trials and Tribulations. And then sort of stepping away from being a defense attorney. I think that's correct, if I'm misremembering. But I thought it also had the note of continuing being a defense attorney after a time. It's just the connection between Maya and Phoenix was not there. We'll see if they mention it, because they really should in this game to fill in the gap. Especially because it's been a while since that. Oh, T for history. Ah, you can just reread all the text. Okay, that's a good thing if you want to refer back to something. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine, but does he have cords of steel? Then let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright. Yeah, they didn't beat around the bush for too long. He does look very different not in a suit. Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. What? Why? And I know you were heartbroken after your waifu left you, but come on. Mr. Wright, how could this have happened? I won't speak of it further then. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges, Mr. Payne. Do you think I saw you enter this room as a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains? Yeah, he was the first prosecutor that you go against as Phoenix Wright as well. It's like poetry, it rhymes. Ah, Winston Payne, subtle as ever, I see. Also, can I make my camera that little bit brighter? It seems not very bright. If I put it up a little bit, that makes it weird. Hang on. Yeah, it all goes weird. Like that. I think that works. Yeah, that works. And then I'll put it back up slightly. There, you can see me better. Okay. If I remember correctly, I was down in the bottom left for a while, but I'll see when they start presenting things if it goes where my camera is. The crime occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him, wham, on the head, smack, killed him cold. A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was the pianist for the club, it seems. So he departed from being a lawyer, I did remember right. Phoenix Wright, a pianist? This is the weapon that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice. Grape juice is apparently a defendant's drink of choice. The court accepts a deadly bottle as evidence. Deadly bottle added to court record. Is it even broken? Something to note, just to say. It's gonna run us through tutorial stuff. Let's see if we can big brain this before. Okay, we can shift it around. It's empty. Okay. It'll talk us through it. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking frequently the court record. Right! I've heard of that. Use E to look at the evidence so far. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Right, just use E. Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action. So, I've already looked at stuff. The victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this, Shady Smith fellow? We believe he was a traveller, Your Honour. A traveller? According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear. He had some sort of connection with the defendant. That, too, is unclear at present, Your Honour. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime. If they had only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing? That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. Okay. The image of the scene. As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime. What the fuck? Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in and of itself! Indeed. Yes, in comes the music. Let's go. It appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal.
Objection!
Objection! There we go, yeah. It is true that a defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. That sounds a bit more like the objection he said. Yet it was only that, a game in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor. A competition? Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Come again. The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present and impress women. Always to impress women. That would be our first order of business here then. Find out more about this fatal game of cards. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime. My pleasure. This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing. Here we go. A competition. I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on the interested customers over at the poker table. Take on interested customers over at the poker table. Okay. The room where we play in the competition, there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game. And our customers are happy. A pianist who can't play piano? Judge, what are you doing? Are you throwing shade at my boy Phoenix? I'm better than a defense attorney who can't defend. Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it. Are you alright? You're sweating bullets. Bullets? Where? It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy too. My brain feels strained and raspy, sir. You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times. Though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher? What to do? What should I ask Mr. Callum for a refresher course in cross-examination? Let's play it out. Let's see what he says is a refresher. It's been a hot minute. Better safe than sorry, especially this early in the game. Haha, meta joke. Yes, teach me, I know nothing. Indeed. Your job, Justice, is to be mindful of the court record and the testimony. Look for inconsistencies in the testimony with what the court record tells you. When you've found an inconsistency, that's when you present the conflicting evidence from the court record with E. But I didn't hear anything strange at all in the testimony just now. A good sign that you need to press the witness with Q for more information. Press him? Don't let the fact that he's a remarkable man hold you back. Get more information. But isn't Mr. Wright my client? Well, think you can do it? Yes, thank you, sir. I think I can do it. I think I can. I think you'd better, or we're gonna have a problem. Or just remember, find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it. Inconsistencies, lies, Phoenix Wright? As if Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Alright, here we go. Ooh, fancy. Yet I can hardly play at all. Oh, there's a bar up behind me, you know, I'm gonna go down to the bottom left, I think will work out well. And then you can't read his name. Maybe the bottom right. This should work. You can hardly play. Oh, I play sometimes when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want. Was that supposed to be a boast just now? The title of pianist is a mask, a respectable face I wear for the world at large. What do you want, Phoenix? Why are you really at the Ball Club? My job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. They pay just to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I am a professional after all. Bah! Do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine. Yes, your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston. Damn, he's throwing shade at Winston again. I love it. What? I played poker for 7 years in that little room. And I've never lost once. Oh. Is this Phoenix's villain arc? Like, what's going on here? What? You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. Yeah, he's got Papa on his beanie. He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once? So does that mean it's a little over 7 years since the end of Trials and Tribulations? Or it has to be a bit longer, maybe, with all the stuff going on. So what's happening here? Oh, there's been... I'm just looking at Discord for a sec. Is that even possible? We do know he's good at bluffing. Also, I like how... Oh yeah, I'd go on to a different thing there. I like how you get a little marker of what part of the testimony you're at down here. That's good. But I'm still gonna be on this bottom right of the screen. This should work. It should show all of the things properly. And yeah, I know, pressing everything is like that. And you don't get anything. The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction. It has quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. The black market? All in the past, things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room. A smoking room, gambling hoods, you know. Just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through the small window. I can practically picture it now. That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. The room had a few other tricks to it. No, it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. The 2 decks of cards. 2 decks of cards. No, 2 decks of cards. Yeah, now he's thinking. Now he's using his noggin. A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lines scattered on the floor. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor, each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we used 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other blue. See why I'm down in this corner now? Haha. So, red and blue. As I recall, in poker you make 5-card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Heh. Yes, a game of hands. This competition you're talking about. I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right. It was a simple game after all. Are you sure? Huh? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in this room at the very moment that the crime occurred. Did you claim no connection to the crime? Now that's strange. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Aha! Phoenix gonna play the system. Let's go. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. I completely let that one slip by. Look, I always press and then I figure out what I'm gonna apply to the statements. Don't despair yet, Justice. Sir? Right. There's something I'd like to make clear, namely your connection to the case at hand, and I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not? Very well. The defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press. And I've got myself a whole new testimony. Exactly. I never touched a murder weapon. Bears the defendant Mr. Wright's prints. You fool! Present. And then A achievement. So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon. This grape juice bottle? Right. So I said. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb. What's this, Mr. Payne? I examined the bottle in question, you see, and it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints. Objection! No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. His first objection. Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears and our case. But what about my cords of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, that's true. The prints alone didn't prove he did it. Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints. Huh? But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down. Upside down? What does that mean? It means he was holding the bottle inverted. And there can only be one reason for that. The heft! Yes! To brain someone with the bottle! Ah! Anyway, yeah. Mr. Gavin, I think things took a turn for the worse. Oh, I see no problem, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything, you'll see. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court? Yeah, pretty much throughout the whole story, it ended up being they both want to find the truth. It's not exactly about winning or not. It's about finding the truth. So, Mr. Gavin here is trying to personify that, I reckon. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court? I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case. I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason. Objection! Your Honour, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police? Reported. Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright, but still that... Ah, they're calling a self-report. Really? Yes, well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone. Near the scene? Let's take a look at a diagram of the murder scene, shall we? Oh, here we go, the diagrams again. The victim was murdered in a small room in a basement 2 floors down from ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. They could have a landline though. A defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant. And this is the phone that made the call? Right, cell phone added to the court record. The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Yet, he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he is being uncooperative? Eh. Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I better not waste this. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being. Toyed? I assure you no one is more serious about... What is it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment the crime occurred? How can you possibly know this? That's a good question. How indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honour. The prosecution has a decisive witness. You're as good as they say you are. So someone else was in the room the night of the crime. That must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up to now has seen a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? I am ready. I'm raring to go. Let's go back into this. I'm keen. I'm getting pumped. Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand. Here we go. The witness will state her name and profession. Hold on, Justin. Where's the witness? She's hiding. She's shy. I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns. So use a little hair gel. Relax, people. Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off. Sure? I swear to my gavel. Please come out. Isn't violence against hair crime a crime, Your Honour? Oh, if you're so sure it is okay. No, the prosecution... Whoa! Well, wait a minute! Will the prosecution care to explain the witnesses' paraphernalia? You know the sorts of people we get in here, Judge. That's what we do. Yes. She's a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade. And that would be? My name is Olga Orley. I am employed as a waitress in the Bosch Wall Club restaurant. So she has to have a camera with her, does she? As a waitress. Seems legit. Why the camera? Oh, here. Judge is on it. Of course, it's my pride to serve borscht is an evening restaurant. But I also perform, how is it said? Other service. Oh, whoa, hold on there. Olga. I take it one of those other services is taking the customers' pictures. Ta-da! Like, for example, this one. There we go. That's the defendant. Indeed, on the night of the murder. The man in white hat is one who has gone kaput. Indeed, that is the victim. Order! This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps. It is the same way as I drop cold bowls of borscht on the laps of customers. Casually. Then the court will casually accept this new evidence. Alright, Olga's photo added to the court record. Alright, let's have a squeeze at it a little bit more closely. We can't look at it further and examine it or whatever, but there's the grape juice bottle in the back or something that looks like it. And that's the Russian nesting dolls. And there's plenty of grape juice bottles down here too in the box. Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder? I was in room. The hideout, we call it. Really, Olga? Excuse me? The hideout? It is room where famous gangster bad guy was arrested. Bad guy? Really? Oh man. His room where murder took place. Maybe she should have a Russian accent, but how do I feminize that? His room where murder took place. His room where murder took place. Maybe something like that. What? Your look of utter surprise. It is lovely. It will post by cotton door later for you. I will post by cotton door later for you. Ta-da! Photos will be numbered, and you will write which ones you want a copy of. So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim was Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orley. Olga Orley, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means... Witness! You will testify to the court about that night's events. Man, to do the accent as well as feminize it, that's like I get better with practice. It's a bit like doing the Francisco von Karma voice that I did before. And then obviously overplaying that, because that's the whole thing of the game is overplaying it. That night, this is going to do a Russian accent. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for a game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on, dark. The victim, he plays the whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. Then, last hand is done. But something terrible has happened, That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death. That's not the cause of death. I see the inconsistency immediately. I'm now a veteran Phoenix Wright player. An Ace Attorney player, I should say. Incidentally, who won the game? I lost the game. Dang nabbit. Anyway, side note. Isn't it obvious? And the winner is the victim, Mr. Smith.
Objection!
That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose. Justice. Maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection. But he hadn't lost in 7 years. Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case in my first 7 years as prosecutor either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. These are the poker chips as they lay the very moment of the crime. A hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith. Chips, you say? Yum, I could have some chips right now. Duh! I mean yes! Imagine that poker is war. Is da? I need to look this up now. Is da yes in Russian? Probably. I'm not really familiar with it. Come on, tab, load her up. It's Malay for yes. Hang on, let me look at tell it Russian. Apparently doesn't. It's just maybe one of those things that they say that means that, but it's not official. Alright. Imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army and the chips are the spoils. I know that after all. In my youth I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3. Judge? Isn't that illegal to be gambling? I think he means poker face. Looking at this picture. I'm just saying that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Chip's photo added to the court record. Yeah, we're racking up those things in the court record. Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness. Okay. Cross-examination. So what we've got here, used by the defendant to notify the police. What's this? Wow, the battery's being held in with a piece of tape. You should just buy a new one. Maybe you can't afford it, or he just doesn't care. So, let's press her through it. You were dealing cards. Do you do this often? Da! I am doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht, cards, more borscht. It is my work. It's good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service. Welcome you to Borscht Bowl Club, where borscht is as warm as the waitresses. Oh. Oh. Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination. Most players with hats on. It's already April. How could it be cold? At Borscht Bowl Club, we have pride on ancient rustic Russian restaurant theme. Outside it is city in spring, but inside it is always as cold as Mother Russia. Yeah, she's meant to have a Russian accent, 100%. No way am I going there. When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoning. Alright, this is actually fun to do.
Hold it!
Here's Locket. I believe it was good luck charm, da. He gripped it many times as he played that night. Yes, he must have felt his own might carry him to the moon and to the stars. Or if it was small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift. Hang on a minute, this locket is the one that Phoenix is wearing around his neck, isn't it? The defense would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about? I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket. Of course, I know that. I knew that. It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that. No, a locket's a locket. It doesn't matter what shape it's in. It's considered bad form to poke fun at the hard of hearing in our society. Hard of hearing or hard of understanding? Poor judge. So, what happened next? Something terrible has happened, da.
Hold it!
Something terrible? The offense will refrain from needless shouting. Sorry, no need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing. Now, Miss Orley, can you tell us what happened? Oh, I was so frightened. Da, I trembled with fear. Strangle him to death.
Hold it!
But the defendant would never do such a thing. Eek! Well, I can't say I've ever heard the defense try this tactic. If possible, please refrain from embarrassing me. Shit, why would anyone do something this over a game of poker? Perhaps it's because defendant has lost game? Yes, a crushing defeat for a man undefeated. So it always is with men like him. Winners make sore losers. Oh, how the mighty fall. Go ahead, I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir, leave him to me. There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. Yes, okay, we're repeating it now. I've got you now, or yeah. I don't think I need to repeat that, so, record save. Let's make sure we do a save, because there's no save data yet. Just a precaution, I'm pretty confident. So this would be death with a single blow to the forehead. I need to press E to press enter. Oh no, it's R to press enter. Oh really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. Da, normal customers only choke on borscht. Oh man, we're back. We're so back with Ace Attorney. No, I mean this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Ah, Miss Orley, really? Did you witness the crime? Ah, yes. She managed to keep the borscht. Is good. Is good borscht. Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything. Yet it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. There's the photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation. He kinda looks like he's got the Avatar tattoo on his forehead in a way that the blood's running on the way back. Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? This head suddenly was hit. Crime scene photo 2 added to the court record. But I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged a victim his neck. Oh really, Miss Orley? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. Justice, I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more. What do you mean? I found a contradiction. There's one thing in the testimony that troubles me. Very well. Seems we should continue the cross-examination. Such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it. There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much too. So personal. Play with hats on the locket. He doesn't have the locket on in either picture. So hang on. I'm not quite as confident with this one. So I'll just see it. Not have to repeat so much, I'll save it in case.
Objection!
You know, there was one curious part in the testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about? Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on locket at his neck, I believe she said. Aha, I knew it. I'm on it. I have defeated Manfred von Karma. Well, this is child's play. I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar. No, but look at this photograph. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? Yes, let's go. The music cutting in just feels so good. Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does it mean? If we are to believe this witness's testimony as it is, then the locket had disappeared following the victim's death. Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. The locket is gone. Someone must have taken it off, you know. Taking it off. Wait, you don't mean... The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Ah. The defendant, what do you have to say to this? That cheeky smile. That damn smile. Interesting. Random factoid in Discord. Alright. So. Yes, I just noticed this, but... You have something hanging around your neck, don't you? I noticed, as soon as she mentioned the locket, I was like, right there, right around his neck. Oh, you mean this? Yes, it's a locket with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. Hold up. He has a daughter now? Who's the mother? Okay, come again? Mr. Wright, you have a daughter? We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. So Mr. Wright has a locket too. Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence? Because it's never a coincidence. Oh no, if the results of this poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game. Further testimony wouldn't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost badly. Miss Orley, You will testify to the court about the gameplay between the victim and the defendant. Da-da! Here we go. Serious competition. Oh, not just the competition. You do Russian accent like this and then it turns into a higher pitch. The game began with 3,500 pointing chips for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning died was victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and... Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game. As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow. Ah, how many times have I heard these words? I'd done it in a fit of anger, Your Honour, and now I regret it all. A common tale, but true. Methinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Rice said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. Alright. There's actually no evidence showing Phoenix Wright actually playing poker. They show this, and it has part of the victim's legs in it, but not the actual person that's playing. Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used? No, not special. Usual game, usual rules. If each man began with 3,500 points, then the total would be exactly 7,000 points. Please, this isn't calculus. It's not even long division. No, it is not. House chips come in full size, are small and large. Are the chips in this photo all the chips that we used? Of course. Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? Always press harder. Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips. Explain? What is there to be explained? Attention! It's attention. Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips. Not a chip off the old block. Not a boy's cycle cop, not a thanks. Now that we'll press her, I better ask something else. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles even? Yeah. As I have been saying before, it was game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. Oh god, with these lines! Damn! Two types of chip. 100-point chip and 1,000-point chip. It is not money, da. Justice. Sir, don't you find her comment interesting? In more ways than one, sir. I'd have it added to her testimony myself. Well, does the defense want the witness to add to her testimony? Yes, of course. Always add to the testimony. Yes, and do you think this deserves further scrutiny? Add it to the testimony. I should knew where I was going with this. It's just another coming of Phoenix Wright in this case. Very well, witness, if you'll be so kind. Your Honour. The other is 1,000, 2 kinds in all. So which is which? I don't know poker that well. I would imagine that the smaller chips could be worth more because they're the red ones. But then it also could be the inverse depending on how it works. Like, I don't know poker chips in real life that well. As the evidence of the testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea why. Mr. Justice, the court of Avon, think about what you said want to say before raising your hand. We are not in kindergarten. Sorry, I'm fine. I better think of something to ask, and quick. The two types of chips. Da? The small ones are 100 and the big ones 1000. Right, of course. Ha! Don't waste our time. Is that all? Yeah. Oh. Great, Mr. Governor, stop it, and I'm the one who looks up. No, this actually would be relevant. Because if the smaller ones are 1000, that means that the defendant, that whoever was playing on this side is actually winning. Oh, Justice. Please try not to embarrass me like that. Huh? Who? Me? There's a clear contradiction in the information you have in your hands. What? It's a simple matter of calculation. Go on, try it. We're not in kindergarten after all. Calculation. So my hunch here, not knowing poker that well, is that these are worth more than the bigger grayed out ones. But of course I'm going to save it before so I don't have to go through lines of stuff again. So, let's try presenting this. You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure? It seems your attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won, if you're not in kindergarten. Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court? Of course, Your Honour. In this photo I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1000 points? Why, the big ones, of course. Duh! Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up. The totals? Let's review what the witness told us. Oh yeah, because it was to do with 3,500. They have to add up to 7,000. So if it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, that's already 10,000 if there are 1,000. But that means if there's 10 of the hundreds, that means that's $1,000 worth, whereas this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I was on the right track. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips, and the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points. Yes, if my calculations are correct, let's see, 3 plus 1 carry the 5. They are, Your Honour. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. I mean, it's already hinting at that. Unless they come into another thing, like, come on, it's clearly telegraphing that. Hello, Lock-On. We're back with Ace Attorney, because this is also the very first case, so I don't expect there to be extra layers of complexity to it. It's a she. That's the one we're cross-examining right now, is the waiter, the waitress, which also provides other services. The Russian waitress that serves borscht and also provide other service. Anything customer ask. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points and the small chips are worth 100, and you add them up, how much is it? Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony. See the waitress. But why? How could this be? Oh yeah, this guy's back, by the way. It's Winston Payne again. Now he has long hair. And a peak green suit. Exactly. Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right, there's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. The chip count was wrong. It's the other way around. The odd thing here is the number of chips, right, Mr. Gavin? Why are you asking me? Just in case. Justice, it's your case I'm concerned about. If you're wondering about the chips, just look at the photograph. It's all there. Even a judge with his failing eyesight could count them. That's not the only thing failing the judge. Him again, and there's always the judge. Let me ask you again. Right, there's only one. Oh yeah, apparently the starting points were wrong. Both were right. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, then there can only be one answer. Well, what is it? The value of the chips was the other way around. What? Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Also, yeah, we're playing as Apollo right now, and we're defending Phoenix Wright, who is apparently not a lawyer anymore, but a pianist that was working in this club, and he's been a pianist for 7 years. So I guess we'll get more explanation of that later. Apparently he also has a daughter since the last game. Yeah, I know, like, I was trying to know because I don't really know poker, but I think that the more colourful ones, or the different colours, are different values, and usually the red would be a higher value than a dull grey. Madness! Utter madness! Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up. Excellent work, Justice. So he's our mentor, he's the Mia Fey at the moment for Apollo. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it. But wait! The value of the chip may be different, but that changes nothing! Indeed, the victim did have a larger number of chips still. Yeah, probably. Pearly would have to be in her teens now. That'd be interesting to see. Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 points and the defendant had 4,100 points. Well now, it seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all. If it was Mr. Wright that was playing poker, we still haven't seen absolute proof of that. That's impossible! Yeah, just like the animation, the simulation, of course. Of course. My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning! Oh yeah, we get some new banger beats in here. Yeah! Now, Miss Orley, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime, weren't you? Yeah, see, she catches her borscht. Order, order! It appears our defendant has lost his motive, and Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. We must now ask ourselves whether something... I didn't finish reading it. Excuse me, what is it, Miss Orley? I did not want to be saying this, but Actually, you see, see what, Miss Orly? What do we see? In the last hand, there was cheat! Oh. A cheat? You don't mean a trick? Wait, what do you mean? A scam? They're all the same thing. Yes, there was cheating last hand. And that is why game ends with chip as they are. Great, just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, this case suddenly has taken a turn. For the interesting... You will please testify to the court. And she'll spurg out. She'll have to take off the big jacket and the hat. And then go full on rage mode. We know this. Especially after Dahlia. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand. The last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck, from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. In the next moment, the game becomes argument, The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand, poor Mr. Smith. Miss Orly, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? I thought I smelled a cover up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers and get nasty. A full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make in my experience. That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics. Mr. Gavin? What's a full house? Yeah, thank you for all the people that don't really know poker that well. Like, I'm pretty sure a full... It's not when you have all of the same suit. Is it? Because neither of these show all of the same suit. We'll see the explanation. Lawyers these days, you don't know your poker? I think I've heard of that. the TV show in passing. I can't say this bodes well for your case or career. What is this, some kind of secret court poker ring? Justice. You know the terms 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes? Yeah, no problem. 2 cards with the same number makes a pair, and 3 makes a 3 of a kind. But also sometimes they're a bit more strict on making sure it's the same suit as well as the same number. So in this it's just the same number. So I guess a full house is 3 of a kind and a pair, because they both have that. But I would imagine that in this hand the kings would score higher than the 7s. If I am thinking of cards, usually. But I don't know poker rules. Good, now picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind. Yeah, we're using the defendant's, or the current winner's hand as the example with the 7s. That's a full house. It doesn't sound very easy to make, does it? You can see each player's hand in this photo. Wow, they both have full houses. Moving out, there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat. The defense may cross-examine the witness. If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Right lost that hand. Yeah, because the kings score more than the sevens, I think. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat? Final hand.
Hold it!
Because how hard is it to make a full house anyway? It is quite hard, da. It is making a pair and a three of a kind at the same time. I guess that's right. Very difficult to be sure. And think my word is the poker head of courtroom number 3. Yeah, apparently there's this whole poker ring going on in court. Because the judge is the poker head of courtroom number 3, somehow. Very difficult, da, but it's not impossible. Okay, full house hard. This line of questioning a waste of time. 4 of each card in the deck from ace to king.
Hold it!
4 of each card, you say? Da, there is 1 spade, 1 diamond, 1 heart, and 1 club for each card. It is interesting fact that this number 4 comes from number of seasons. Huh, you don't say. Ah, and did you know that the cards are numbered 1 to 13? Add all the cards in a deck and you get 364 a year. Oh, you don't say, isn't that 1 day short? Yeah, it could be the year that they do the day less for catching the calendar up because it's not perfect. That's why each deck has 2 jokers. Okay, and the second joker stands for the leap year. The leap year, that's right. Thus, you have a perfect representation of the year, all in a deck of cards. Ah, you don't say. I'm going to be in this courtroom for a year if it keeps going like this. Cheat is more obvious.
Hold it!
How was it clear? Ah, well, the defendant. He played a 5th ace. Okay, let's see if we can see that in the photo. No, it looks like all of the aces are different suits that we can see, but the way that we'd be able to tell is there's the other deck with a different coloured card back, so yeah, gotta remember all the details for ace attempt. For 5th ace, I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. And Mr. Wright's 2. Hang on a minute. That means that Mr. Smith was cheating. No, actually, it doesn't. We don't know which one was cheating 100% yet. Obviously, cheating was afoot, or perhaps I should say, a hand. No, perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's check. Very well. The witness will add this detail to a testimony, please. Alright. So that means that in the image, it was Mr. Smith that cheated.
Hold it!
5th ace. Ah, it should not exist, no? I still remember both hands very well. As obviously, Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. And Mr. Wright's 2. Where did this card come from? Perhaps we should ask the defendant that very question. Adding cards to a deck is no less serious a taboo than forging evidence in a court of law. Yeah, perhaps it's time for you to say something, Justice. You bet I've no intention of saying quite. Not me, no sir. I'll find some contradicting you. Yeah, I've got it. I am very confident with this because we clearly have the king there. Which, in poker, I don't know if aces score more than kings because When you're making runs of cards, you can either have the ace at the end or the start of a run. So I can get ace 2, 3 or queen, king, ace.
Objection!
It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? But my name? Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony. I love her lines, bro. Mistaken. That's the photo of the chips, is it not? Justice. I'm sure to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point. Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo. Okay, we're back to this. What particular point contradicts the witness's testimony? The king. Let's go present me.
Take that!
Yeah, proves why he's the judge. He's dumb as bricks and needs everything laid out to him like he's 7. Yeah! So brain dead is neutral, exactly. That's the other way to say it. Miss Orley, in your testimony you made the following claim. Mrs. Smith's hand has 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2 aces. Eee! Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question.
Objection!
Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating alright, and it's going on right here in this courtroom. Oh. 2 aces in each player's hand doesn't make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating. Wait, please. It is true. I have seen it, the 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. That's odd. She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere I've seen her all day. You're right to trust your instincts, Mr. Gavin. Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honour, if I may, I have a suggestion. What might that be, Mr. Gavin? If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards? Cards? Mr. Payne. Yes? The players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defendant would like to request that the cards be shown to the court. Very well. The prosecution will submit this to evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards? If these cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will now. Which of these hands is more suspicious? We're looking at the victim's hand. It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Very well. Mr. Payne, if you would. Very well. Received evidence of victim's hand. Well, time's a wasting. Get to it, Justice. Yes, sir. It's gonna tutorial me on turning them around and looking. Try using arrows to turn it every which way we can. Alright. Let's do this thing. Oh, look at that! What do you know? A different coloured card back, just as I knew. Well, what? Your Honour, look at this. One of the victim's cards. The back is a different colour. That's impossible. But I put that card in Wright's hand. Oh, Olga, you son of a bitch. What was that, Miss Orley? Oh, yeah. I merely said, da, I have eek. Your Honour. No, Mr. Garrett, yes. Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? You cheat. I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend. A comrade, shall we say. The dealer. Ah. Wait, so you mean this witness, Miss Orley? She's the cheater. A professional, I'd wager. Yeah. Order! Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her. Of her mistake. Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard. That's impossible. But I put that card in Wright's hand. Ergo, Miss Olga Orley conspired to cheat not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shady Smith. Ooh. Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it is not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. What? Wait, you don't mean... Yeah, Payne's getting flashbacks to Phoenix right now. The defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orley, are you? Time for justice. He said the line. It's justice time. He's gonna justice all over the place. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. And if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means I am. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga Orley, of murder. Eek! Oh, she's not picking up her borscht this time. It landed perfectly still. Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga Orley? It appears she has lost consciousness, Your Honor. Mr. Justice? Your Honor, it seems you presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting the connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith. And that means this court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time. What? I did it! I held out! I see no point in prolonging the trial this day, or the prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Objection!
Mr. Wright? Oh, here we are. And it's the Phoenix Wright moment, so we get music from the first lot of games. Nice. You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet. What nonsense is the defendant spewing now? Think, one of the cards had a different coloured back. Don't you wonder what it means? What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when we're about to get off the hook. Ridiculous! Mr. Payne, you of all people should know. Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. He really does. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night. As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night. He really could. He could represent himself. But apparently he gave up being a lawyer after the Trials and Tribulations, which was the last game in the trilogy I've played before, and then has been a pianist or doing this separate job for 7 years. So I'm not sure. I feel like that needs a little bit more explanation in there. That was said before. The 2 decks at the club have different coloured backs, so blue and red. 1 colour per deck. Why use different coloured backs? If we use the same colour, the 2 decks might get mixed. Use different colours and they still got mixed up. We used the red deck for the last game. I see, but that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards. Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards. Whatever. In the end, one card of the wrong colour got into the mix. Which means there was cheating. Yes. A card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet this card raises two serious questions. Apollo? Yes. Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think, in the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There are three broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder. Well, yeah, thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was swapped. Oh? It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne, or it might not be. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped into the deck? That's a good question. Do I have anything? So, look, you know, I just don't want to go through all the dialogue again. Since the last save. You know how it be. It is sitting on top of the others. In both cases, it's sitting on top. Which doesn't make sense. Because if it was in the hand before the murder, it would be underneath the ace or underneath the king. A bit like how the ones on the left here are presented. I would say after, because it wouldn't be during the murder, because they wouldn't make sure he was dead during the murder, and then afterwards put the card in. Perhaps it happened after the murder? What's that? Ridiculous! What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly.
Objection!
Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible. Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible. Oh, even when the backs of the cards are a different colour. If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. That too. I had a different method, but my thought process was there. Ah, quite true.
Objection!
Exactly, objection. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown, after the murder. Okay, this is going past silly and straight on to crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that? Who indeed? And that's one of the mysteries before us. There's another. Oh no, him growing that hair is crazy. Like, obviously they're done on top, but he's grown out the side hair. Like, damn, he's like almost an elf now. Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? Who? The game when the murder is done. And the victim is dead. Only two remain in the room. Alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga Orley. Okay, so he was to swap the red card with the blue. Well, we've been going along the track with Olga. So I would imagine that we're following the Olga trail. But if we're going for, let's add some complexity to this, there was a fourth person after the murder that changed the cards to try and frame Phoenix. Especially since Olga seems quite sincere in her, like, her attitude hasn't really changed as much. She gets caught out, but she hasn't gone full anger mode, at least yet. I'll try Olga. Why, it must have been Olga Orley who swapped the cards. She was trying to cover up evidence of the cheating. That does make some sense. Sorry. But there's a problem with that explanation. No, whose side is Phoenix on right now? Huh? The swap card was from the wrong deck. Yes, the blue card was stuck into a red hand. Mixing a card from the wrong deck when the backs are different colours. Remember that you're talking about Olga Orley, she was the dealer, yeah. He really is. Do you really think you will make such a novice mistake? I should have trouble imagining even the judge making that mistake. Give it a little more thought, Apollo. Right. Who was it to swap the red card for a blue? Phoenix. Could be another explanation, let's see. If it was 3 aces and then swapped it to try and make it look like the victim won, I'm gonna go for someone else. That was my next instinct. I should follow that. The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Right, of course. And, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga Orley either. Well, what do you suggest? That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As a defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orley at this point. Yes, I know, but she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she'll make the mistake of swapping the wrong colour card. And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright? He's going on his full villain arc right now. Oh, my apologies, Your Honour. I was just thinking how much fun this all is. All this is. Fun? How about confusing? I've no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honour. It was me, Dionix. If the one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant and it wasn't Mrs. Orley, then who was it? Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction. Man, the first case, the tutorial case, is now getting that twisty freshness. Let's go. A new direction. We'll find that, indeed, after the murder. Someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand. And that someone made 2 critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us that the first was swapping the wrong colour card. Because the one who did the swap didn't know 2 colours of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Right. The person replaced the 5th ace with a king. It was Detective Gumshoe all along. He just wanted to play cards. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a 5th ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in. But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist. True, not until now, but you have to admit the possibility of a 4th person. No, it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime. What? Hey, it's 2 payers and flying off now. Maybe that's why he grew his hair out, so he could actually have hair, and it didn't fly off every time he got surprised. I believe the judge spoke through truthfully earlier, and you do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright. This trial is proceeded on one central assumption, namely that at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room. I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption. The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court. I suppose that is a problem, yes. Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Callum, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess. Certainly, Your Honor. It was Cyborg Ninja! Grey Fox! Very well. The trial will resume in 20 minutes. Oh, baby. Also, yeah, look at the... there's a side portrait of the judge on the wall. That's great. April 20th, 11:52 AM. District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. All according to Keiko. I must ask, is it the truth? Well now, I think you know the answer to that. Being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I've no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defendant to your defense in the future. Yeah, we need Goddo back in here. That'd be great. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. So many memorable characters in Ace Attorney, it's great. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Christoph. Justice. Yes, sir. The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. So yeah. Phoenix had to have been a lawyer for a little bit after Maya left, but then he ended up going in a different direction. I guess we'll see in this opening case what the heck's going on with Phoenix. But then also he has a daughter, which apparently is a picture in the locker, which I want to see now. And who's the mother? You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear, is that really yours, Mr. Wright? You're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket? Here, you can take a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter in there. Yes, finally! Just after I was asking the question. Okay. I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. Yeah, can I see? Oh, it's not in the court record. I wanted to look at that for longer. Interesting, okay. So she's wearing a top hat and a cloak. No! The first trilogy, Maya left to go do a spirit meeting training more and stuff. And then Phoenix was left to sort of do his work on his own mostly. She does kind of look like Ema Sky, yeah. It's hard to tell though if there's just someone similar looking, or that's how they would do children in general, because she also kind of looks like the face shape of Pearly, how they would draw a kid. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. Yes, please. One more question. The one who cheated on you that night, was it you? Who cheated that night, was it you? Yeah, because he could have just got another deck with the same card backs. What do you think? You know what happened 7 years ago, what I did. It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. I never, honest, but Is odd he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Eh? You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. It's on auto. Poker, is that like trial law? Figure out what your opponent is thinking and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Oh, autoplay went on automatically for some reason and I could turn it off. That's much easier to read the lines out. Trying to keep up. Try as you might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Maybe I accidentally had the mouse down there and clicked it. Your body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding! That witness, for instance, Miss Orley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Oh, there we go. They're bringing that nuance to the game, are they? Did you notice? No. Come on, who noticed that? Words, habits, twitches. It's all information for the reading. Phoenix Wright is now not the player character, so now he's got the god observation. He's OP now, he's not a player character, yeah. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will. Soon. Almost forgot. One more thing. About this case. You should know I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. What? I knew it. I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. He's so OP that he has to nerf himself. And he's using it as a mentorship for Apollo. Come on. And Apollo, I need you to be there, defending me. I need your power. He needs the power of the spiky hair and pointing and saying objection. My power? I had no idea my cords of steel were that special. Yeah, exactly. Just how Manfred von Karma was beat. 100%. Had to play the long game. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. Oh baby. To be continued. No, we're not just letting it be there. That's too much of a cliffhanger. Okay. Separate slot. Also, it's called Turnabout Trump. I know. And Mia being channeled by Maya. And Pearly, and everyone, yeah. That was the biggest one. That's the case. That was the biggest one. And it took me all night long. April 20th, 12:14 PM. District Court, courtroom number 2. Court will now reconvene. Has a witness, Miss Olga Orley, recovered? Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness. Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again? Yeah, probably. And if Maya comes back at some point, she's gonna be OP as all get out too, because she's gone and trained more to be a spirit medium. And that's the thing, you see, she's quite fatigued. You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Miss Orley take the stand. Very well, the witness will take the stand. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession? Yes, 100%. Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poorer loser. Nya, 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 nya. Not the full reveal. The transformation of these people. Name's Olga Orly. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. No, I don't need to get into the Russian voice again. It's the Russian a bit like this, but now it's a little bit more confident. She's revealed herself, and then she raises it up a bit, and it's like, meow, 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 indeed. Her name's Olga Orly. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. Let's just continue on. People call me Olga Quick Fingers Orly. She's not. Her sentence structure's better now. It's like she's dropped the accent. Is she a pirate now? Gives good hand. Well, we already know that. Quick Fingers Orly, like, damn, she did good hand. Good hand. Oh, really? Yeah, the judge is hooked. Dang nabbit. It's Dahlia all over again. The judge just gets infatuated with the witness. Wanna know something else? I'm not really Russian. And my last name sounds like, oh really? Yeah. Women, I tell you. There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see? Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Not that that stopped you from lying before. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences. Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy Smith hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game. As a waitress. So you were in cahoots with the victim. Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. If you missed the context, there was this thing that Phoenix Wright was a poker player for 7 years in this club, and he was unbeatable at poker for whatever reason. I'm sure we'll find out. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. Yeah, he's stacked, he's OP. He's like, I'm winning too much at being a lawyer, I need to try something else. Oh dang it, I can't stop winning! He would then pull out the planted card, and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards. Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it, it would have made a great double play. She really would. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins. A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. Oh really? Orly? How droll. But it appears you made quite the mistake. A mistake? I agree the trap was elegant. Yet what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right. He's lucky. I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quick Fingers Orley. Oh, really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind stick. Come on, Judge. Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute, I'm bad. You hear me? Bad. Oh. You know, there's this thing going around. She's a baddie. I think this is what they mean. It's like she's not cute. She's bad. And mad. She's really, really bad. You've been hit by a smooth criminal. Apparently, cheating is a crime, I guess. When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court. Come on, Daddy Judge. Stop it. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung. Alright, here we go. The best laid traps. Ah yes, the best laid plans never survive contact with the enemy. That would be the reference that they're doing with this title. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith, it was that no-good cheating defendant. Oh boy. A surprisingly frank testimony that leaves us mostly in the dark. The trap was perfect, I tell you, perfect! If that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking. Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice. With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? Let's go. Best laid traps. Press everything. Of course. This planted card, which card was it exactly? The trump card, the 5 of hearts. That's not any of the cards that we've seen. It was a king that was swapped out for a ace. Let me guess, Mr. Wright was switched to 5 with the ace to make a full house. At least that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend. I slid it into Wright's pocket. When was this? Why, before the match, of course, while he was eating. At the Borscht Ball Club, when he served borscht and suckers. Mine never could do that. Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, a good pot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken. So, everything went according to plan. Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud. Though our worst things to be known as, I suppose. Tell us what happened with the search. Trap of the card. Leave the man alone. Nah, but she's not. The card disappeared? Yeah, my trump card. The 5 of hearts. Gone, without a trace. Poof, zippo. Look at the smug look on Phoenix's face. He knew exactly what he was doing here. We searched every nook and cranny. Even inside his cute little hat. Yeah, his reputation as a lawyer is already in tatters, like, come on. But the card was nowhere to be found, is this correct? Never in my long storied career. Never has Quick Fingers Orley been so readily duped. Oh really? So, what did happen to that 5 of hearts? Don't look at me, why don't you ask a cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? So the 5 of hearts is still missing in action. Also out of interest, they showed a number on the back. I saw this earlier. That is specific to the person. Yeah, I've already checked that. Which is a specific number for the lawyer. Wait, isn't that a little odd? I feel like they would have put the number on that after the Fury Tigre case. What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright thoroughly and found nothing, which means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strike the victim. But, well... Oh, she went negative for a minute. What was that just now? I sensed something. Oh, it's her latent powers activating, and she rubbed the back of her head. Something wrong, Mr. Justice? No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Of course. Always press harder. Miss Orley, you're hiding something. What are you talking about? You remember me? Quick Fingers Orley? Hide something? And events will refrain from baseless accusations. I have one question for the witness then. You see, you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did say it honest. I saw it when Wright hit him. The hand on the head again. I saw it when Wright hit him. With my own eyes, I saw it. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? He's unlocking his hidden potential. That witness, for instance, Miss Orley, she would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Touching her neck, was it? Whoa! Okay. Whoa, what's going on? Yeah, that's what I want to know. We've activated our Sharingan. Yeah, Xeniop theory. Exactly. This sensation is coming into focus. There, that twitch, it's so clear. It's like I could perceive her habit like I couldn't before. Perceive?
Gotcha!
Gotcha? Oh man, we've got a gotcha now. Miss Orley, perhaps you are unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of her testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory and she touches her neck. Gotcha, bitch. Yeah, exactly. You put the card in your neck. She's got a slot in her neck just for cards. She's got a whole deck of cards in there, just pull them out. Well, flutter everywhere. I'm sure of it. memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about? This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us? Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what will remind her of the most of the moment of the crime? Miss Orley, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I know this happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an inerasable impression on your neck is this. Because it's held together with tape. I saw this earlier. I don't see what else it could be. Not the bottle. Because that hit the victim. Let's try it. Sorry to disappoint, but I don't have any particular memories of that. Uh-oh, there must not have been it. Well, they're not all successes. Of course not. You want a habit, Mr. Oh, of course not. You want a habit, Mr. Justice? Why did they skip it? I better get this sorted out before I develop a habit of my own. Okay, let's keep retrying. So, an inerasable impression on your neck is this. Neck stuff. She must have taken the photo, right? Oh no, during investigation. A full house. And I guess let's try the deadly bottle. That's it. Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. Yeah. As I was saying, something must have hit her neck. So then the impulse is to touch that because, oh, that was bruised for a while. And whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us more of the moment than this bottle, the murder weapon. But something doesn't fit. If you were the only witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? What's he talking about now? It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit, not you. Oh, we got that music coming up. Yeah. This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness's habits, they're completely irrelevant. Justice, I'll admit, I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later, just trust me, now's our only chance to break it. Yes, because that's what you should do in a cross-examination, is break the witness. Miss Orley, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment. Yet? Yeah, she's going back to it. Hang on, there's a Russian, and then it goes into a feminine Russian voice. And it goes a little bit higher in this Russian. There we go. Yeah. Yet. I am knowing nothing. We know you're not Russian. The witness will testify, please. Now. I had to do that reveal again. Bah! Bah! fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there. Oh, baby.
Hold it!
You seem uneasy. You try standing up here. My eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at that table until the cops came. Intriguing. I bet you've got all the testimony you're going to get out of that witness. That just confirms what I was going to try. So what do you think about her testimony? I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is flawed. It's basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence. What's that? Well, show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony. She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. Indeed, the phone, which he called the cops from the first floor. Miss Orley, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It says that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. And that needs its walls plastered. Right. So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. Eek! Oh no, the Borscht probably fell. That was a red lobster there. A man who picked up the bottle and swung it at that night wasn't the defendant. Here we go. Another one of these sequences. Showdown time. You dirty cheat! Check his pockets now! Check his pockets now! It's gone! The card's gone! You lose. Ah! Oh damn, this music's hype. Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right, and he hit me! Damn, I'm sticking this music. You, some master cheating you turned out to be. When I came to, the victim was already dead. Is that it? That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Well, you already are. Well, where does this leave us? Madness! This is madness! I'm dreaming! It must have been me who was hit with a bottle, and I'm imagining all of this. It appears our prosecution is at its wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. I need to blow my nose. Right. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events? Mr. Gavin, sir? I believe that as the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Mr. Orley a big fat liar. What? 3 were in the room on the night of the murder. The defendant, victim, and her. she has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled, the witness caught into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement of that argument was murder. What? I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me. Mr. Smith got mad at her and hit her with the bottle. And then now she has a motive to have killed Mr. Smith, the victim. What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. Wow, Phoenix, you're also a poet now. So tangled, we catch ourselves in the process. Mr. Right? Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. So, it's hard to tell how much you actually missed or what, but she had a plot to try and frame Phoenix Wright for, she was hired by the client, Mrs. Smith, to plant evidence of cheating on Phoenix Wright so that then Mr. Smith could reveal him as a cheater, and then that would cause his prior wings to be suspect as well. That plan foiled because when Mr. Smith searched Phoenix, the card wasn't there. He's too OP. He noticed that someone's put something in his pocket. He ended up getting mad at the person that he hired, which is Olga Quickfingers Orley, and hit her. But it could go down more and more rabbit holes. You never know. This is Ace Attorney. This is the tutorial case. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility that there was another person in the room at the time of the murder? Like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder, and the one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colours of cards were being used. A 4th person. I know! The defendant being so mysterious and just trying to school you. Man, I guess at least he's getting paid, right? This theory again, your 4th person doesn't exist! Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal. Ho ho ho. He really is. The real criminal? And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less. What? Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about? Sorry. Remember what I said. The 4th person who swapped the cards made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the colour of the cards on the back of the cards. Colour on the back of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there is one person here, in our court, who thought those cards were blue. Yeah, I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was? It's not me, I swear! The wife! Who is this 4th person? always get put on the spot like this. Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards were using in front of game were blue? Oh, they changed her picture. Oh man, I don't remember. Dang, I only saw this earlier. There's just so much going on. Formerly an ace defense attorney of some renown. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Oh, I can't save, but I'm gonna do that anyway for the giggles. Apollo, do you seriously think that? I think I'm seriously confused. I'm seriously sorry. Oh, that didn't go well. Well, it can't be helped. I almost missed it myself, but it doesn't do anyone any good to turn their eyes away from the truth. Does it? Christoph. Oh, they just course correct. He's just letting me make the mistake. I didn't expect that. The judge sort of not him yet. Mr. Gavin. You don't mean Christoph Gavin? You were the fourth person that night. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the colour of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor, or the table. But look! You can see the colours in this photo, but you can't see the backs of the cards. You can see the deck, but that could be the spare deck. Oh yeah, yeah. That does make it interesting, because there's a blue deck there. And so you would assume that those were the ones that were used. You can see colour to a point, but you can't tell which colour it was actually meant to be unless you're really, really familiar with black and white. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. Aha. It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim, yet it was only that, a game in the purest sense, a competition, Your Honour. A competition? Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs were in blue flame. Know its final outcome. You son of a bitch. Well, Christoph? Mr. Gavin? Mr. Gavin, is something the matter? Oh no, not me, they're turning it on their head. No, nothing, excuse me, it was just sudden. Right, you aren't seriously accusing me, are you? He also said that he was with Phoenix, right, the night of the murder. Which would still be true if he was in that room. Oh, Christoph? You know, even I'd never take a joke this far. This has gone beyond ridiculous! Beyond damn! This is insanity! The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder? Ah, but his defense attorney he requested was Apollo Justice, not Christoph Gavin. That's the distinction that he made, and that's why he wanted Apollo Justice. All according to Keiko. I assure you, I'm quite sane. What possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim? He did lose the plot pretty quickly. He's been Phoenix again. I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either. Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met. Well, what if they have? Yeah, like, how do you know they haven't? Huh? There is a possibility, after all. They may have met that night before the game started. What are you suggesting? Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. The defense would like to request no such thing. Oh, baby. Protégé versus mentor. Mr. Gavin? Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related? Probably. I'm not sure I fucked Mr. Gavin. As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss Orley. Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you. Get lawyered! Haha! Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony? Hear his testimony! 100%! It's Phoenix Wright! This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along. It's all going according to Keiko. And I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. Head 2, Justice? You would betray me, your teacher? I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth. Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please. Here we go. Appetite before murder. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, with blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borscht Bowl Club the night of the murder. I dine with him rather frequently. And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder? Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you? Right. Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. He hasn't lost it. He's still the Phoenix Wright we know. I thought my office was doing you a favour when we took on your defence. It appears that I was wrong. Very well. The defence may cross-examine the witness. Justice. Sir, he's lying, and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial? This is Ace Attorney. You will never have a normal trial. In fact, you better get used to this. This is a new normal. Yeah, he's achieved Yoda status.
Hold it!
You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Yes, he dines with me at the Borscht Bowl Club quite frequently. We were enjoying a usual dinner at an unusual spot, as usual. Usual. I always eat at the table closest to the piano. Where Mrs. Smith was sitting. So, the plates and such on the table were from your dinner? Indeed. The remnants of my meal with Christoph. Well, okay, first of all, they left at least half of their meal, if not that full bowl of borscht. Why did they leave so much food? Why can people not just eat all the food that's on their plate? I'm getting sidetracked. Never trusted Christoph, yeah. Fair. I never will after this. We dined for 2 hours, then Christoph left. After that... 5 minutes after Christoph left, okay. 5 minutes. So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time. That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure. Oh, Mr. Wright, was it you said? Christoph Gavin and Shady said may have met. I believe I did say that. Here I was all nervous about this meeting. And now we're here, they're just passing the hall. That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder. Oh, it would be, if that were all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time? Smooth hit the waitress, alright. Yep, let's keep pressing. About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga Orley mentioned. The plan was simple. Elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. It was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planting card and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Yes, a harmless prank in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it. A quirk? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. See, that's how easily that can happen. The card she planted. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed of where? An empty bottle of grape juice I've been drinking right beside me. Oh my goodness. I threw the card inside the bottle. Man, he must have folded that up and then shoved it in, because that bottleneck wouldn't have been brilliant for it. What a way to treat a playing card. An empty bottle of grape juice. The murder weapon? Yes, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The coloured glass makes it hard to see. That's why his fingerprints are upside down. The coloured glass makes it hard to see. A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like terrific drama. Can't inside the murder weapon? That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look. Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3 approves of this battle of wits. Please provide your testimony with this new information. Alright, we got to examine this then. There. There's a tiny indentation. The bowl is completely empty. You thought you were clever, Janelle.
Objection!
Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes. I've examined the bottle and I didn't see any card in there. No No? What, Mr. White? Surely... ... Isn't all you have to say for yourself? I can't say I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps a fifth person came and took it out. Oh! And a sixth person could have helped! Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client. My apologies, Your Honor. I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle, there was nothing. So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear? Someone changed the bottle, most likely. In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence. Oh. Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. Why do I get the feeling you're not on our client's side anymore? Okay. Now let's press the other segments. You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout. And next we'll have the Jekyll Inn. And so you'll have the Jekyll Inn and the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at that time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night after all. Oh! But the time of death was around 2 AM. It was 1:45 to 2:15. So it was after he made the call. So there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. Let's see if we press this. And when you returned, the victim was already dead, yes. So, if he can revise his testimony to include the time, I could pull him up on the file, the time of death. I'll admit I was a little startled when I walked in. A little? He was bleeding from his forehead after all. I guess I'd be startled too if I walked in on a scene like that. I made another phone call to Defense Gavin. Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair. And I figured Christoph's law officers would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Ah, glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Christoph. It was I who got you involved after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my friend. Quite high. Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? Justice, you know what you have to do. Destroy him! He's lying. Expose him. Now. Yes, sir. I have to think. What's Mr. Wright trying to tell me with his testimony? Truth has to be in there somewhere, yeah. I was just pressing everything to see about more information. So, my thought process here, I'm going to make sure this stays on. Is to go, this at the time of death was after midnight, based on this information it's talking about. Yeah, I thought that was funny when I saw it. This, it's called Turnabout Trump. So let's try this. Alright, let's say we contradicts this evidence. It does, I don't see it. Okay. Because it's not in the actual statement. Okay. And the bar goes down by section. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. I did think that was pretty weak. He was dead, blood streaming from the cut on his forehead. But also, in this picture, he was wearing a hat. That was the other thought I was having. Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes. Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see the blood on his forehead. Good point. Justice. Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? Ah, I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put the hat on his head. Eh? You? You put the hat on the dead man's head? He wore it for our entire poker game. After calling the police when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Well, you really should have seen that his fingerprints were on the hat then. Like, that would have been taken into evidence and checked. Shining bright, just like in this photograph. And I picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head. Well, why'd you do such a thing like that? All I can say is, I'm sorry. But that's the only thing attached to the crime scene. Other than the murder weapon. So, is Orly didn't see it? It being the victim's his head. I think not. She was out cold. I believe it was I was the only one who witnessed his head. Okay, his head. Hat removed during the investigation. So this is a picture by the cops. Okay, just confirming. Ah, here we go again. Mr. Gavin. Pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still a client, isn't he? I believe there's enough of that. Mr. Gavin? This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It is riddled with lies. Meaning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Christoph. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled, I haven't told a single lie here. Eh? When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just add a reason for doing that as well. Oh, reason? It really is clownery. Yeah, check the fingerprints on the damn hat. Like, that reason is right here. Your cell phone? At night. Recall that I spoke with the defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Yeah, but it's got Mr. Wright's prints on it that are upside down. I would assume, you know, Olga was wearing mittens when she came in and was holding her borscht up and all of that. So if she was wearing gloves, her fingerprints wouldn't be on the bottle. But the victim, however, he doesn't appear to be wearing gloves. So why are his fingerprints not on the bottle? He's not wearing gloves in this picture. Yet, Orly testified that Mr. Smith picked up the bottle and hit her with it. So why is Mr. Smith's fingerprints not on the bottle? And surely that would have been found when they found Phoenix's prints. Yeah. This one, it has so many things in it. Like, there's multiple bottles. So it could have been a different grade bottle that he picked up to hit Orly with. All of that. There's the Russian nesting dolls, I noted that earlier. Very neat details in this picture, actually. It doesn't make it feel like a Russian restaurant. that I spoke with Defense Attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case, I recorded our conversation. Of course you did. What's this? Now that we're all here, I have no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Phoenix just knows how to play the system. Christoph, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good. He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him hard. You mean someone cracked his flawless bone china pate? Is that meant to be pate? It's pate. You didn't put the accent on the E. Or it's meant to be plate. But I feel I'm gonna... Does pate have a separate meaning to pate? Pate. Ah, it actually is a proper word, a person's head. I hadn't actually realised that. There we go. So every time someone means pate, but they don't put the accent on the E, they mean someone's head. Because I've seen that so much in food, where they mean pate, but they don't put the accent on the E, and it's pate. Learning new words, there we go. Or at least rediscovering new words if I'd seen that before. So, you mean someone cracked that flawless bone china pate? It wasn't you, wasn't? Me, please, the cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. Bone china plate. Dagnabbit Apollo. A kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny, and not plate, but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. Yeah, okay, so they do clarify that it's not a common word to really know. At least nowadays. The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead. Also, that indicates that Christoph already knew where he would have been hit. Wait a second, something's not right about that phone call. So after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club. Most certainly. Then how did he know? When did he see this bone china pate? Oh, that's right. Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene, and when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court. Exactly how did you come by the privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin. It's come down to this, has it? Phoenix Wright. Order. I will have order, Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor? I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear Defense Attorney Gavin's testimony? Well, as the prosecutor, Very well then, we'll break for 10 minutes, after which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that? Crystal clear, Your Honor. Very well, this will be the final recess for the day. Man, there's more to this introductory trial than I thought. April 20, 2:32 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Ryder both in the judge's chamber. Who'd have thought today would turn out like this? May I? Ah, it's her. May I? It's the daughter that was in the picture. Huh? What? Hello, sir. Please, pick a card. What's all this about? Is this one okay? It's got the red back to it. Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. A trump card? Oh man, he's even... Phoenix is so OP that he's even got his family in on his plan to put out clues throughout the trial. Damn. The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely and the game is yours. That's all. An ace. Where do I remember the card from? Mrs. Russian, and then I raise it in pitch a little bit. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces and Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in all. It is true. I have seen it. It's the 5th ace. There was cheating. I swear to you. Missing 5th ace. Wait, this splotch of red. Is this blood? You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. Man! Being raised by Phoenix, right? Just all of this dialogue. How to be mysterious. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it. Let's go. We can't disappoint a little girl. And this bloodstained card is my trump card for finding the truth. I fell deep in the thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl. I'd seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection. Uh-huh. Bloody ace. Hey, it's bloody ace, isn't it? We're back in court. Seeing the drop of blood marks in front of the card. Alright, anything on the back? It's red. So it's likely to be the 5th ace that was replaced. Alright. It's quarter 3 on the 20th of April. District Court, courtroom number 2. Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. Will the witness state his name and occupation? Is this farce necessary, Your Honor? Of course it is. Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom. The judge knows. Fine, I'll play along. First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's habit? By secret, I'm guessing it means the fact that Mrs. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Oh yeah, paint. I have heard paint before. It doesn't specifically mean in regards to someone that has a bald head. I have read that before now that it talks about it a bit more in reference to that. Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in...
Objection!
Oh! And Phoenix is taking the place of the mentor. I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. But Mr. Wright? What do you think you're doing, Wright? Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night. Everyone was taking it off except for that one time he snuck in. No, they went to the judge's chamber, so obviously he planned it. Phoenix is that much of a rapport with the judge that even though he left being a lawyer, he still can talk his way into, I will take the place of Gavin and we'll do a role reversal. He's that big-brained. Yeah. That one time being the instant he was hit. Oh. When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, he would have had to have been there in the hideout at the time of the crime. In other words, I must be the real killer. Is that what you're trying to say? Oh, he did the glasses thing. It's so over for him. Not bad, Apollo. His real villain arc starts right here. Mr. Gavin. I'm afraid I haven't been entirely honest with the court. What? Yeah, Winston is just so lost in all of this. He thought he was slick, but he's been falling right into Phoenix Wright's hands. Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Yeah, I'm afraid in the current situation I see little reason to hide anything. Very well. Allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night? Let's freaking go. I'm gonna take this guy down that fateful night. Thinking of Emiya and fate. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the call came from Mr. Wright. Oh, you son of a bitch. So, you witnessed the murder? For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team? Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that. Because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo? Oh. Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared? Yes, Your Honor. Can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder. Just you wait. This is the first trial of the whole game. It'll only step up from here. Alright, Phoenix was in the... Yeah, the timing doesn't track.
Hold it!
That man, you mean Mr. Smith? He was different from the other customers, his aura, shall we say. I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that. So then, you knew the true nature of your client's job. Of course, but also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends after all. Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. Oh, what a kind-hearted guy. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score. I see. What happened then?
Hold it!
The little window. You mean the one you used to keep watch up the stairs? Yeah, he'd have to come down the stairs and then go here and then look through the window. At that kind of angle. I mean, it looks like his head would be blocked from view from that window. Looking at this diagram. Yes, a relic of the ancient past, the black marketeers you said, I believe. Why did you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? He's a lying bitch, we know that. It's Ace Attorney, everyone's a lying bitch that's on the witness stand. Even Phoenix. He had good intentions and he was working to his master plan, but he was still lying bitch, because he was lying by mission. Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room? I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright? Yes, what if my fears had been unfounded? I'd be walking in on their match. Bad form, to say the least. So far, everything was making sense. Right. Yeah. Especially, how do you know it was right after the murder? We don't need to shout justice. I'm just getting to that part of my testimony. There he is, the coolest defense in the West, we know and love. Even when you're standing up there to the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you'd change too, right? But you haven't. You're in that overbearing personality of yours. With friends like these, who needs enemies? Yeah. As you appears in the photo. By photo you mean the second photograph of the crime scene, yeah, so that's photo 2, this one. I guess by this photo, his head was above the chair, so he could have seen it from the window. That's plausible. Precisely. See, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came in and replaced his hat. Can you describe the scene of the crime for us? Those were the only three at the scene of the crime? Yes, as far as I saw at least. Then we're back where we started. The killer was the defendant. Phoenix Wright, who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police? 2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, the office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I'd seen, I couldn't abandon my friend.
Objection!
There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime. Justice. I just said I saw no one, not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Ah yes, this mysterious fourth person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question then. Tell me. What possible reason would the real killer have to swap cards in the victim's hand? Perhaps you can show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary. I'm going to show you something I can't find myself. Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the 5th ace. The 5th ace, right. Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer was swapped out a card has been raised. Can you point to a reason? But yeah, I'm thinking, can I point to a reason? Let me just refresh here. They do a history now, so that's good. Of course. Why the killer would swap out a card has been raised. Okay, why the killer would swap out a card? Can I see anything in the court record that would say that? I don't see anything that we can actually point to, so I'm going to say not yet as well. No, not yet, Your Honor. Not yet? Ha! Pathetic. Not yet. Try not ever. Oh, Mr. Govern. Oh, I'm willing to wait for as long as it takes. Great, I don't even know what the heck I'm looking for. Apollo. Apollo, yes, sir? Don't forget, you already know the answer, you just don't realise it yet. I already know the answer. Take a moment to think it over again, okay? Wouldn't it have been better to wait for the police to arrive? Remember that. By that time, I was already Wright's defence attorney. I wouldn't do for me to become part of the investigation. Would that make sense? Or does it? I'm confused. Well, what happened next? Okay. Last one, that's when the call came from one. Where were you when the phone call came? Oh, actually, court record. He did say that he went down and found him dead and then went back upstairs to call Gavin. Only when the phone call came. I had already left the Borscht Bowl Club by that time. On the phone he asked me to defend him. Naturally, I was surprised. I accepted, however, I couldn't abandon him. So kind of you. So far, everything jives with this arrest testimony, I think. Is going to be a problem for you to cross-examine your own boss? I'm fine! Who was it that told me never to pull punches in cross-examination? It was you, Mr. Gavin. I learned from watching you. Alright. So we established that. But that's not what the photo looks like.
Objection!
So what possible reason did the real killer have to swap cards with the victim's hand? I'm trying to think. Oh, it's probably really simple. I'm probably overthinking it. The reason the killer took the 5th ace was because it had blood on it.
Take that!
My reason is, this. Is that an ace? Why? Why, it's got blood on it! Right next to the spade. That, I was overthinking it, because I'm like, how does it prove the reason? Oh, yeah, the reason's, it's got blood on it. Where the picture only shows blood going back on his forehead. It doesn't show it going down his nose and that. So it kind of threw me off, I think, with that. What? This is insane! Why wasn't I told about this? Why? Could this be? Could this be the missing fifth ace? Oh yeah, the music's cutting in. Inconceivable! How could you? What are you doing with that card? Exactly. Exactly. Oh, well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Callum so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card is mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock in trade, after all. Yeah, she especially loves cards that have dried blood on them. Yeah, she has a whole collection. Ones that have blood on the corner, ones that have blood obscuring the logos and the images. She even has one that's blood all over it, so you can't see what the card is. Yeah, true. Although I think it does seem to have this rapport that Apollo's worked in that law office for a time. Yeah, 2 decades, that was crazy. The Edgeworth Manfred stuff, man, there's no way they would start that high up on scale with the very first trial. But this is still a lot more than I expected from the first trial. Like, damn.
Objection!
No! Impossible! Unacceptable! The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud! A fraud? How can you be so sure? What? I think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. He's twitching. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? The reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime. Where are you going with this? Yeah, that's a classic line from the judge with Phoenix, right? Like, come on. Take another look at the photo and at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood.
Objection!
Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Oh? Right. Regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime is to conceal evidence. Oh, we can discuss the final points of our legal system later. Mrs. Phoenix Wright, who has defeated Manfred von Karma. You can't get anything on him. Exactly. Tell that to Manfred. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken the card from the crime scene, and now I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see.
Objection!
This is baseless conjecture. Baseless!
Objection!
Hearsay, Your Honor. He did the point! Let's go! He's back in the business. Oh, I assure you it's quite base. Oh, man. That's just a meme right there. It's quite based. Well, what? It's amazing, really, how a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime in your head. Whoa! Peak 3D graphics, what is this? The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And before the killer swapped a card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. You can clip it, lock on. There's a clip button on Twitch, I believe. I also screenshotted that, so I can send it to Discord later. Given this, there is one decisive problem with this scene. Well, what is it? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on the card, oh my goodness. We're already in the intense diagrams. They knew that people would have played the other Ace Attorney first, I reckon. And they just keep amping, keep it going. Given there was a drop of blood on the card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses? Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? The victim. Because the victim has the blood going down his back, but he would have been holding the card, so it should have had blood splashing forwards, which would have gone down his nose. Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem? I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. Well, look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You think any blood would fall behind the body, not on the table in front of him? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Take a look at the photo again. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards. Why, that's right, sir. What does this mean? Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Can I tell that from the picture? They are, yeah, you can tell that from the picture a bit. Nice. Swivel chairs? Oh man. Apollo, try turning the chair around. Oh. The chair was facing the other way. So that means there's a closet. Oh, there's the. Oh, this is a display case around here. He was facing away when he was shot. Oh no, when he was hit by the bottle. Okay. It would have to be. Yeah, this is peak 3D modeling. Oh man, I didn't read that. I thought I could manually do it. Yeah, looking towards the display cabinet. The victim's chair was facing away from the table. Yeah. Actually, I could read the history, duh. So, we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table. Thank you, history, for the messages. That means all of the old bag stuff I missed in the first trilogy, I could go and read the history of and see what she actually said. That'd be neat if we have to encounter old bag again. It's been 7 years. When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing? When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We know now the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder, but this creates another significant contradiction. Again? Yeah, he's just out of his league, Payne. Like, you're the tutorial prosecutor, and now you're against the OP Phoenix Wright. Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses? Whose location creates a contradiction if the victim was facing away? As per his testimony, that would still be visible from here. But he said, as per the photo, I don't know if that detail is relevant to this. The killer, though.
Take that!
The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where his indicator currently is? I would think it'd be quite hard, yes. Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game? I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light. What? There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, if the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram. What? But there's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. No, it could be to the side, and it could have whacked him from, if he was right-handed or left-handed, from either side of the chair. Don't worry, let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing towards the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have be standing and strike a victim from the front? Okay, forget about everything else. He was in the closet.
Take that!
The killer had to be standing, well, here. Yeah, in the cabinet. You get points for flair, but that's about all you get. I thought I was onto something there too. I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above? Yeah, that's the only place I feel like makes sense, because you don't know if they're right or left-handed, so you can't say which side of the chair they may have been to swing at them. It's simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime... Wait, oh no! At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. Man, and here I was just thinking that, yeah, they hid in the cupboard. Not this shito again, oh no! Oh my goodness. What's this now? I mean, that's the only explanation. Right, Mr. Gavin? No, it really isn't. They could have stood to the side of the chair and whacked him with the bottle. But we're going along this train of thought. Okay, we're here for it. Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Both. Send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard. Your Honor? What? There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff. Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best. Winston Payne only is there because he has to be there as a prosecutor. He's completely lost by this point. But let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here. Which means... I mean, also, you could say that the killer was on the victim's lap, which could implicate Olga Orley in sexual relations with the victim, who then ended up hitting him. Or at least an intimacy that is not just client and employee. Apollo, try moving the cupboard. So all they did was move it to block the window? And you're on the right train of thought there, Lock-on. Thank you. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. But in the time that Phoenix made the call, then the killer could have also killed the guy, shifted it back, and then walked out the main door. Like, could he fit through that little window? It's a fairly small window. If we look at the court record here, it's not that big. But we'll see where it goes. That's a good thought. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has been as shown here. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this? What is it now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Huh? Oh, dang! That is something, Apollo. That line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. It couldn't have seen through the window. The fool. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point out the new contradicting indicator. Is it the victim that killed the witness, the second witness? It's two here. That's the second witness. It's the woman lying bitch here. He couldn't have seen through the window with the cupboard in the way. About this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Yes, Phoenix, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. Ah. That's right, someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What did you say? Oh, it's the coolest events. Is the coolest events in the West losing his cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court exactly where did you witness the crime scene from? Excuse me, Your Honor. Order. This is a court of law and I will have order. We just now received word from our investigative team at the Bosch Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor. Oh, and what did they find? Well, Your Honor, it turns out there is a secret passage behind it. Who would have guessed? They really are slow. That's what I thought. Is that he didn't, to be able to get away from the scene of the crime before Phoenix came back, there had to be another exit. And it wasn't the window, obviously, so there has to be a secret passage. They really should have known from the start here. Of course, Phoenix knew. It's everyone else that doesn't know because they haven't really been at the Boss Bowl Club. And the only other one that wouldn't know is the killer. Bloody Mr. Gavin, who used it, but doesn't want to say that he knew because that would implicate him. What? Ah yes, I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. Many of the regulars. Yeah, we'd be here for 10 minutes. But of course he has to make sure it plays out correctly in court, which is why Apollo Justice is his scapegoat. I do remember him saying something about that now he mentions it. A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal goings on. You never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. I've never had borscht. Maybe I should try it sometime. Let me see the recipe, what's actually in it. I'm curious now. Classic borscht recipe. I'm getting sidetracked. Let's go. Classic borscht recipe. It's beetroot. Ukrainian borscht. I mean, that'd be the same sort of thing, wouldn't it? Here we go. So that beets, olive oil, chicken broth, potatoes and carrots. And additional flavours can have bay leaves, vinegar, salt, pepper, garlic, and dill and cannellini beans. They've talked so much about borscht. I'm curious about it. Because I've never had borscht. For Zazaka Mirepoix. Oh yeah, the French variation. They added onions and capsicums, celery, and tomato sauce. Look! There's a different amount for ketchup and tomato sauce. Therefore, tomato sauce and ketchup are separate things. Anyway. Interesting. I'll have to try that one time. When I actually get enthused to do something more with cooking rather than just frying something and putting veggies with it. Anyway, let's keep going. You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. Yeah, it was all according to Wright's plan. Wright knows from experience that the last minute, here's a bit of extra evidence, is the best thing for the case. So, he uses that to his advantage. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked and the victim's hat was only off his head for a few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin, come on, say something. Dare I ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. Yeah, I'm waiting for the complete meltdown. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. Ho ho ho. A date with destiny. Yeah, how gay. I mean, look at that. The lamb chops and then the goatee. Come on. You know what kind of guy he is. And he's got a pink shirt on. And there he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard. Holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it. What? Why did you do that? Wait here, I'll get help. Mr. Olga Orley was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. What did you do? But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. And a killer stepped out from the secret passage into the hideout. Man, this peak 3D rendering. I just can't get over it, it's so good. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look and... whack. After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realised the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. So how did they find that card if he tried to get rid of it? If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor. And the fact that they were all red. Magic. And it's Phoenix Wright, of course. And his daughter's magic, so there is that. Well, it seems this trial is taking yet another turn. I'm truly, truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Payne! Actually say something and be a prosecution instead of just being a side character. Yeah? Yes, Your Honor? The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion. Ah! Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest. Immediately.
Objection!
Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. He's gonna spurg out, let's go. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick. Excuse me? The defendant is cleared of all suspicion. This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. But you're not his defense attorney. Apollo Justice is his defense attorney. You're really trying to twist this around, Christoph Gavin. Exactly. Illegal evidence?
Objection!
Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin. Is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course. This bottle, for instance. A bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking. How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? It has been 100%. Get with the program going. Yeah, it's been his whole damn career to put the blame on someone else and then figure out how to prove them guilty after he's accused them. And not just any fingerprints. Am I right, Mr. Payne? Actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were upside down. I don't recall this being an issue earlier. The court in this case demanded an explanation. I think of only one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down. Shoving a card in the neck of the bottle. That's the real reason. And that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor. See how the court's fish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo? Yes, the boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle seal. And I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation just like that. Yeah, just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to... And then take you into thinking. His explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really any other? No, when you take a look at the court record, I believe you'll find a simple answer there. In plain sight. How about you just say the answer in plain words? Yeah, come on, Phoenix. But I guess it's the whole thing, and well, you won't learn if I do that. It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions. Well, Mr. Justice. Mr. Cannon said to the court, and in this case, demand an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done. Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court. What evidence would you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down? Okay. He's supposed to be mysterious, like he's taking on Apollo as his protege at this point, so he needs to guide Apollo to figuring it out in his own way, rather than just telling him the answers. We're no longer playing as Phoenix Wright, so there is that. How much history does it go back on? Okay, only so far. Just looking out of interest. Something about his earlier statement, right, about putting the card in the bottle. See the photos, yeah. That's uncorked. Or if it has a screw top, the lid's off. I don't think that has any further relevance. These are corked ones, or they look like screw tops to me. Especially if they're grape juice. Alcoholic drinks tend to be corked more. Yeah, 100%. It doesn't have a lid. I'm much more of a red guy myself. Blue is so not red, you know? Okay. Right back to red. For some reason I thought they were using blue back cards in the final hand. Okay, so there's some extra clues there for earlier parts of the case. Evidence why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down. Okay, it's space for details, which means going into the extra stuff. The way this is positioned, if Phoenix wanted to reach over and pick up the bottle, he would have to pick it up from the neck. Grape bottle photo. This is the grape bottle itself, which is a 3D examination of the model. Oh, the one with the piano. Yeah, this one. That has 1, 2, 3, 4 bottles there, and the one in the background there next to the chalkboard. I don't see how that proves it. Oh, actually, yes, because he would pick it up from the neck to get it out of the box. That's a great point. Let's try that. It's actually easier to show than explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair. Yeah, that's it. 100%. I think it was overthinking it in the way of I have to show it in relation to the crime scene. Excuse me, on the floor? Yes, now reach down and pick it up. Without getting out of your chair. Ah! See, you actually go to pick up the bottle by his neck. With your fingers upside down. So sometimes I lean over and I pick it up with the fingers the right side up. Let's use this as an illustration. So if the bottle's on the ground here, sometimes I'll reach down and try and pick it up that way. But if it is too far down, I will pick it up that way to pick up a bottle. Look at this photograph. Look at this photograph. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here. Playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. He must be bewildered. Hoo-yah! He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times. Yeah, grape juice. I feel like it clearly should be wine, but they PG'd it. Wow. I can't believe it was that simple. You judge. Yeah. No words. Recall our dinner that evening, Christoph. I was drinking my usual juice then too. Phoenix is a raging alcoholic, confirmed. His usual juice. He gets juiced up, bro. Basically, he used the bottle on the table to do the deed. But then he must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano. And you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. Which means that a different one had the card in it. Order, order, order! What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin? Possibly blood, yeah. The blood on the bottle, but that may have been wiped. Fascinating. Yeah, you could clean the blood off before you replace the bottle if you'd planned ahead a little bit. I can see that happening. So this is a legendary term, his famed tactic of misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottle? Where is your proof? Proof? Well, that's, as I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty. But what about the card he said that he stuffed in it?
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation? Bro, you did not. It was the cupboard. Oh, yes. I have your memo about that here. Oh, I guess he just passed it secretly so Gavin wouldn't know. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borsk Bowl Club. And here's one of the bottles in question. What, are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if any more on that, but yes. This guy probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Unless it's blood. Say, Apollo. Yes? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just you and me. It's alright. That bottle will solve this case once and for all. Look, just examine the damn bottle, dude! What? That's some bottle. Oh, it's as I said, it has the card in it. The 5 of hearts. It doesn't have blood, it has the card in it. Big brain. There's something inside the bottle. It's a screw top. I knew it. Australia invented the screw top lids for wine bottles, by the way. What's this? That card. It can't be. Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Yeah. Phoenix has had enough of those like Dahlia. Miss Olga Orley? Yes, a little swindling Devochka. I'm curious on that. Girl. That means girl. A little swindling girl. That's actually a Russian word. Nice. Not yet. She was just complicit. At night, I planted the card as I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. And Smith searched it. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Well, wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is a planted card you disposed of? Duh! Apollo, you're running in tandem with the judge for how brain dead you can be on what's happening here. The one you mentioned in the piece of testimony. I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found the card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was a 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Dispose where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I've been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. Just yeet! In there. There it is. 5 of hearts. This is the card. It's not in the court record yet. He's jacked under that jumper. You can tell from his neckline, he's jacked. The bottles were swapped. And the only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin. You did it again. Oh, he's gonna spurg! He's got the lobster borscht in the background. Yes. That is all. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix? Right. Revenge? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete. Right. This is insane! What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone? Titty. It's head to head, you boo. I believe this time we've finally come to an end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin? He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now. I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he? Yeah, Payne just took so much of a backseat in this case. That's crazy. That's crazy. And none that we know of. Mr. Wright, have you anything to add? That smirk, that damn smile. I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter. About this victim, Mr. Shardy Smith. His occupation was listed as Traveller. It's the Traveller, guys. I've figured it out. It's Genshin Impact Traveller going to another world. This is how his life ends. An odd profession, to be sure, and that's all we know about him. I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor. Good. Mr. Wright, yes? 7 years and you still haven't lost your touch. Oh yeah, he manipulated the whole damn court. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. I needed 2 things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated, this courtroom. Second, was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo. Yeah, Edgeworth is already Phoenix's friend. Like, where's he at? Me? This is a dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Mr. Right. Our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. Well, seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Let's go! Not guilty! And does that mean that Phoenix is a lawyer again? Court is adjourned. I really don't know. I mean, the only reason I can give for Gavin hating him after a point is how much Phoenix was trying to expose the truth, where Gavin would have been like, okay, I'm ready to... I really want him to hide the truth from me because he's such a good friend type thing. And so he felt betrayed. Something like that. The 20th of April, nearly 4:30 in the afternoon. 4:28 to be exact. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Thanks, Apollo. You came through just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. Gav, the killer. I couldn't have done it myself. That damn smile. You censored 2 today, didn't you? Your ability. So now there's an innate ability. We activate our Sharingan. Ability? Yes, the sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. I mean, surely Phoenix still has the Nagatama with him with the Cyclops and that. Wait, I wonder if he means... I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. The answer, right. Today was full of questions without answers. Most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture is in your locket. She had blue instead of pink outfit though. Your daughter, right? That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Yeah? I took this off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is this locket really did belong to him? Wait. Why? Wait, that's perjury! You testified, you said that locket was yours. I mean, it's his now. I need to do a screenshot of this damn smirk. Okay, got it. What the hell? It's mine now, I took it. I said no such thing, actually. Huh? And then he said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. Aha! He knows how to game the system. 100%. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. Wait, but then why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside of it? Sometimes the straightest path of the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. He wasn't a creep, was he? He wanted to get with a minor. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Officers after all. So I can't believe I just saw Miss Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo. Yes? How about coming to work for me? Oh, baby. Let's go. Eh? You mean at the Writing Co. Law Offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you... You're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yes, but I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident 7 years ago. Oh, we're gonna get backstory. Let's go. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man, Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion and he left law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? Yeah, exactly. He can teach someone else that's also going into law. Easy. Not qualified to stand in the court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial, there was a single piece of forged evidence? That could be anyone's blood, they haven't analysed it. He could have cut his thumb and put it on the ace. Forged evidence? What are you talking about? The autopsy report. He said it was about midnight when he had the call and stuff. But then the death was about 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. So, I don't expect he was on the phone with the police for that long. When it's around midnight, but then it's also nearly 2 a.m. when he was dead. About the evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence showing this artist's truth. It just seemed well too perfect. I'll bet this was the forged evidence.
Take that!
A naughty magician's trick. That was the clue. You mean this, don't you? Right, this from your daughter, Mr. Ryan. Yes, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. That felt really weird. Because it's like, why would the killer let that be found by anyone? Leaving the wrong card in its place. Lucky for us. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud! A fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would it be the one who took it from the real card from the crime scene, the real killer. And then he was stuck, yeah. Phoenix was just out playing him. The verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then you really... Yes, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. Yeah, he had to forge the evidence to be able to corner Mr. Gavin into the basic confession that he did. Like, that's how he has to do things. Because the law system is so corrupted here and ineffective. Because they try to rush everything. Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? Ho ho ho! This is just like the RPG. When it's like, you can't do that, it's against the Jedi Code. And Enep goes, well, good job I'm not a Jedi. So it's true. So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? Ah! I punched him! And he's smirking at me. That smile, that damn smile. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, take that! Next time. I find it packs a little more punch. Mm-hmm. Exactly. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved, and at the time, I had no idea what they were all related. Every mystery that day connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. It shows end. Day 1 investigation, day 1. Let's get a teaser for the next part. Episode 2, Turnabout Corner. As long as we draw breath, the wheel of fate turns. Oh, that was his daughter, isn't it? That was Magician Girl. And she may even be Dark Magician Girl. Spinning big crimes and little crimes together. And when the wheel stops... Whoa! That 3D imaging! You die. I have not expected that 3D imaging. Damn. The 15th of June, 12 past 9 a.m. The Wright & Co. law offices. Honestly, I kind of like the 2D images that the other trilogy had better than, especially in the opening scenes of the cases, showing the 3D stuff. It just takes me right out of it. 2 months have passed since Mr. Gavin's arrest. My first trial, and I lost both my mentor and my job. Yeah, I'll admit it. I was screwed. I didn't want to hit bottom. I told myself I'd never come here. Honest. Here being the legendary Wright & Co. law officers. Alright. Who is that up there? Because that looks like a male figure in magician outfit. It gives more mystery to it, but I also feel like it's like the opening scene with Mia Fey's death and that. Like, they used silhouettes and they used, like, throughout the other trilogy, they used silhouettes, they used angles and stuff. Oh, the 2D, yeah. More mystery to it. And I mean, the 3D just looks janky, to be honest. And what the heck is that floating fork with that spaghetti in the bottom left? Somebody touch my spaghetti. Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, the game's so interesting story-wise. Time to stop trembling. Oh, you must be here for the interview. Right this way, huh? You found the right place. Already hit with the pun. Oh, yes. I mean, we're in for good stuff next time we play. Immediately hit with the pun. Let's go.